It's meeting for us and just put the efforts. All righty, I'll go ahead and call the meeting order this morning, and as always, before we even get started, we'll go to the Lord with the word of prayer. If you would.
Absolutely. Let's pray. Father God, thank you for letting us gather here today. Keep those traveling safe in their adventures. And today I ask for your arms of comfort to be placed around those who woke up this morning without family members. We remember them and always keep them in our prayers as they go on with life 22 years and one day after the terrorist attack in New York. In your name I pray. Amen. Amen.
Bridge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Even though the date is the 12th, this is the actual morning.
Right.
It was Tuesday morning.
Yes. The day of the week. Yep.
I was laying in the hospital bed in my living room when that happened, because that was when I had my last back surgery. So it lasted 22 years.
Floor in that house right over there. And Lord at that time was actually meeting here.
Right.
Yeah.
I just gotten married. I had just gotten married.
You had a disaster.
That's all. Ms. Cookingham, present. Mr. Booth,
Yeah.
Mr. Turner,
Yeah.
and Mr. Cox.
Here, remote. Here.
Then, Mr. Chairman, the next item is approval of the agenda. And there is, we would like to add one additional action item, which relates to just trying to keep us up with some of the law changes. This one in particular is something that we missed previously, but has to do with how many absences, not absences, how many times a member of the board can participate remotely and it still be acceptable. You recall previously it was just 2 times, no matter how many meetings you had. You all meet a little more religiously than some other communities. So that's left you all at kind of a more difficult situation. So if we can add that a little bit further down, Mr. Chair, if you'd let us add it, then we were in consultation with Mr. Urban yesterday to make sure that our new requirements reflect that.
So we make it like E or F, under new business.
Sure, we could do that, or if you want to even put it under old business just to get it taken care of.
Okay.
Right after the presentations.
Yeah.
Or just, since we have our speakers here,
Yeah.
like to go after that, if that's all right.
And
Mr. Chair, whatever you guys say.
in case I forget, which I know I do. Mr. Clark won't be here today. I'll be here on the night meeting. How about if we got any roads that we really would get some attention to before the next meeting? Maybe we give them to staff and then they just send a bulk email or that, or he can read it. And he won't get slammed next meeting, just sort of spread it out. So y'all got anything, just make a note and turn it over to staff and let you do that. So.
Yes, and Mr. Chair, if I might, he asked us, of course, to extend his apologies. He would normally be here, but they had a mandatory district-wide meeting today over in Franklin County. So, because I kept asking, well, can't you send someone else? And it's like, no, we all have to be there. So
And when they say mandatory, don't give you much wiggle room.
no. So appreciate that. So I guess, Mr. Chair, if it's all right, we would probably be looking for an approval of the agenda as amended.
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second, call roll.
Okay. So on the motion to approve the agenda as amended with the addition of the item related to attendance, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbrook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes,
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, the agenda is approved as amended.
Then next we have the approval of the monthly disbursements. So everybody had a chance to look them over. I'll take a motion to approve if no one has any additions.
I do have a question on, 3,400, the disposal.
Page.
I'm scrolling back down. You know,
Page 6.
page 6.
Page.
No.
No, it's like, page 15, sorry.
15.
There's 2 invoices. Is this 2 months of billing? For Going tires?
Yes, he delayed, he didn't send us in time for the prior, so we had to do 2 in the.
About how many tires does this? Wait,
It's a trailer,
999.
no more than.
is the bulk of this coming into the transfer station, or is this being collected out of the green boxes? Or do we know?
The bulk of it, from what I understand, and I can validate it, is it's being brought to the transfer station. And then they have a certain area, and actually they can dispose it right in the trailer when it's.
Right. And
They're all random.
right, the majority is coming
Percentage
up.
of it,
And do we know if the amount of tires that we're shipping out for $5,000 a month is roughly equivalent to the amount of tires being sold in the county?
that I do.
And right, and are they being brought in? Is any check being done when they're coming into the transfer station to see if the person bringing them into the transfer station is a county resident? And are these tires being acquired
We
in the
do
county?
check. Check, and even to the point where Jenny has done a really good job, especially working with Jimmy.
Mhm.
Martin, who is pretty much, Jimmy and Mike
Right.
are the ones that manage that or lead that with other employees. And if they don't have a contract, if they don't have anything on file, they do not do.
Okay,
They will not be, they will be told to please wait until we get confirmation. And if they do not follow the procedure, they cannot.
okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
I was just going to, the fee scale we have on the tires. Have we looked at that as, that wasn't part of what we changed. Yeah.
No.
So it's pretty much the way it's been for a long, yeah,
Oh,
$1.
nice.
Yeah.
I think it's the bigger tires and, but.
Oh, not much.
So that is something we could revisit.
Maybe in the, at least at budget time.
Yeah.
We may need to look at that.
Yes. You just dawned on me, I should know this, but let's say B&S, for example, they bring your rated tires down. Do they pay for disposal? Okay, because I was wondering, because they charge you for disposal.
They do.
Okay.
Yeah. So whatever we raise will be paid on to the consumer.
But they don't, I believe like BNS charges more than what they're paying
Oh,
at
yeah.
the transfer station.
That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, they are in business, you know, yeah.
But we should not be taking a loss.
Yes.
Any other questions on that?
Yes, I have one. One of the invoices, it's not really a page. But if somebody is doing work on some of our IT, other than somebody in our IT department.
Mhm.
How do we know that that work is in line with what our IT consultants and director are, you know, acceptable to them?
I can start and see if Danny's got something else to add in his cooking book, but for the most part, things like we've had a lot of folks in working with dispatch, and that seems to be a chronic issue. So in those cases, the sheriff is always really good to make sure to include us, have Danny, Kevin around. In fact, that's how they have to be there to get them into most of the systems. So most folks are pretty helpful, but we do on occasion have some other folks that haven't been through our full process.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I guess it would behoove us to make sure, because it's something as innocuous as a jump drive being plugged into a computer could cause some severe issues to our entire network.
Yeah, I've gotten with many of these people that are coming in, and I'm there when they're doing their type of work. So that's kind of like how we, watch what's going on.
Okay.
We done got burnt once.
Yeah.
Yeah, that particular one is, if
Yes.
I understand correctly, is gonna be totally separate from ours, even emails and all, right?
Good.
So,
Hopefully not so much.
Well, sooner than better.
any other questions?
No.
If not, I'll take a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second, roll.
All right, on the motion to approve the disbursements as presented, Ms. Cookenberg?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right, so the disbursements are approved.
Next up is the approval of the minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve,
Second.
motion is second. Any other question? Call the roll.
All right, on the motion to approve the minutes as presented, Mr. Cox?
Yeah.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenberg? Yes. Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
And Mr. Herman?
Yes.
Thank you.
You know, it's a long name.
I know, right? More coffee. More cookies.
Some mornings longer than others.
That's right. So, Mr. Chairman, and if I might, by way of introduction, some of you know the Floyd Center for the Arts had a very cool event a little while ago, and they are very pleased with the turnout and how it went. And so I ran into their executive director at a different event, and she wanted to come talk to you about what they're doing, and so they're pretty excited about their direction. And so we went ahead and said, sure. I'm sure that you all would love to hear about what's going on. So with that, this is Cuba.
Good morning. How are y'all doing?
Great.
Thank you all for having me today. It's always a blessing to come speak with you. First and foremost, I just want to thank you for your support towards the Arts Center and all the great things it allows us to do, and I get to tell you about today. I just wanted to give you an update on the center as well as the event. So, as you may know, this is a new era at the Arts Center, and we're moving forward despite challenges. I think sometimes it's the elephant in the room. 5 executive directors in 4 years. It's finally over. I'm here for the long haul. Still emerging from COVID with our budget, and it's been difficult. Last year we had a deficit, and we restructured the budget this year and hope to be back in the black, and it's looking great. As you know, we had our fire in April, and the mitigation has been completed. However, we're just now in the process of rebuilding. So it's a long road ahead of us, but it's come with many blessings and exciting new changes. And we're rebuilding better and safer. The aging facility We've replaced our roof and HVAC in 2022. The Fowling Community Hall was renovated thanks to the Roanoke Women's Foundation grant in the Fowling Fund. We've worked with OmniBuild. If you haven't seen it, come by and see it. It's beautiful. And moving forward, safety and security is our number one priority. Speaking of the festival, reaching out to a broader Floyd audience is what this festival did, including our volunteer orientations and community events. I am excited to share the festival brought in 1,500 people. And my question is it the largest in the town history or right outside of town? I don't know. But it's certainly largest in our history at the Arts Center. We discovered parking could be a challenge. However, it's something that we're dealing with, and I'm very proud of our parking team because, boy, we used our land to the fullest. And I say we probably had over 200 cars just on our property. We were very grateful that the dealership next door let us use the service lot in the back. Oh, that was amazing. And the Junebug Center let us use their parking as well. So it worked out. We didn't have to turn anyone away. And some people did walk from town, but mostly everyone was parked close by. We had over 70 artists and performers, over 70 volunteers, 55% were new or reactivated. The attendance suggests we had a 2-to-1 ratio of people who had never been to the Art Center before. And that was really exciting. I ended up working parking because it got so extreme. And everyone I was asking, how did you hear about us and where are you coming from? A lot of people were from out of state, but there were people from Floyd County. And I said, have you been to the Art Center before? No, we didn't know this was here. So we're putting ourselves on the map. And we are coming down off our hill. You'll find us at public events like the Floyd Yoga Jam, the Floyd County Fair. We were there until it rained. And then you'll see us at the Americana Festival this weekend as well. We're working towards more partnerships and service to the community. You may have seen us at the Floyd Fine Art Show, working with Floyd Tourism, Art Days with Floyd Stock, and then the Floyd Living Traditions Festival we partnered with Handmade Music School, the Floyd Country Store's Handmade Music School, because we knew that this is a celebration of Floyd County's traditional arts and music. And we know arts well, but music, the country store's got that going. So they did a great job with the performances and presentations. We worked with the Junebug Center with Floyd Jams there. That was exciting. The Old Church Gallery has an exhibition, and so does the Floyd Historical Society. Those exhibitions are still up if you're interested in seeing them until the end of the month. And it's just really great to have them here. I told them to get comfortable, not to be in a hurry to leave. We are looking to develop an ongoing service program. We're working towards bringing back empty bowls and to provide art classes for people with developmental disabilities. We're also working on engaging with younger people, offering more concert genres, not just the classical music series, and our new Art Fab Lab. We had estimated 200 children at the Living Traditions Festival. We adopted a policy to make all concerts free to students. And despite budget challenges, now including scholarship funds for all ages as a part of our operating budget. Kim and I were just talking about how classes could be expensive. Well, that's our goal, is to bring that down with sponsorships and grants. The laser cutter has arrived. Thank you, Thomas Industrial Fabrication, for helping us with the delivery. It was a very large crate, and FedEx called me that morning and said, "You got a forklift, right?" No, I do not. But Thomas does. And they helped us out. And so that is a piece of our puzzle to our Art Fab Lab, which will be teaching all ages how to use digital fabrication. And that's part of my background as well, doing that at Appalachian State University. So I'm excited to share all the possibilities. It's just another tool in your tool belt, and we can use it towards all things. So there's a lot of exciting updates and more to come. In your little packet I gave you, I have our next upcoming events. So we have Winterfest, which is our 29th Winterfest. How exciting. It's one of our most historical fundraisers for the Art Center. And we have the NRB biennial that we're working with the Fine Arts Center in Pulaski and the DRA in Blacksburg on. And that's October 14th. And then a little snip about our current exhibitions. And something else I didn't share is in October, we will be hosting the Tri-State Sculptures Association. And so they serve Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. So we're bringing more people to Floyd, and they're all excited to come. So a lot of exciting things.
Excellent.
I think the reason a lot of Floyd County people don't come, they don't know you're there. But then a lot of them don't understand everything y'all do.
Right.
Yeah.
Understand that, yes.
And if they knew, you'd probably see an upkick in.
Right. That's my goal. I gave it when they hired me, I said, you hired a country girl. So I'm going out there and trying to put these people in to show them. And I love that we have the possibility of bridging arts and agriculture with our history of being a dairy farm. And so I call it the art barn, the art farm, and art farm art. So I'm trying to get, and that Living Traditions Festival, that was our goal, is to bring those people out who see these traditional Appalachian craft practices just going on with the demonstrations and the conversation. And I think that we succeeded with that. So we're on to do more of those.
Yeah, through the years, that's been done. But it's on a singular basis, just
Right.
one event, and you took it all and smaller, and then you just took it all. It was a great, we couldn't have asked for better weather. And yeah, you were lucky on your first.
Yes.
Not to be inundated with rain.
Yes, we were very grateful. As my husband and I were driving back to Carroll County, the rain just hit, and I said, "Thank you for waiting."
Yep.
So,
But yeah, excellent.
I really appreciate your focus on the county as a whole and the history and working to bring the county to the spotlight. I really appreciate that.
there's a lot to showcase.
There is.
Yes.
Anyone else have anything?
Thank you all for having me. Come see us.
Hey, lay back. Lay back.
Sorry.
Thank you for your effort.
Thank you, Levi.
Out of sight, out of mind. Understand.
We don't want you falling back to sit there.
There you go.
Good morning.
Morning.
We had our board meeting last night. It was a good one. We started off with getting to approve more overnight field trip requests, and that's a good thing because we're finally traveling again, getting all of our seventh graders to Washington D.C. and getting our FBLA to a lot of state events, and then anticipation of some state meets for athletic departments. So that was a highlight of the meeting. As far as my report to the board, and just to continue to update you on our HVAC work at the CCDC, the humidity since their last fix has been stable. So they think that the humidity piece is fixed. We're still monitoring it. We're hoping for a few more warm days to test it out again. But they're working on a communication system between the thermostats and how we control that from our computers. So they're working on a few things to tweak that, and we're still staying on with that. The parking lot, no new news to report. They've done some tests to try to see what exactly is going on and who's going to be responsible for that. We continue to state that that's not us. And we'll see how that shakes up and out. Hopefully next month we'll have some information. The budget, obviously, we know we have a budget. It's been interesting starting the school year with out of state budget, and to get some of the numbers that we're seeing from the state. We don't know exactly how it's going to impact Floyd just yet. We're waiting. We're hoping the calc tool will come out later this week, but it'll probably be beginning of next week. We understand that. And Mr. Bruce ready to plug and play, and let's go. Some of the money we do know includes some funds that we will have to report to the VDOE for literacy and attendance. I'm not sure if you saw the governor's press conference last week. That's kind of his 3 areas of focus for this year. And so some of those funds have a requirement to be spent by 2026, and we have to report that they're spent in those categories. So we're waiting more details on that because some of that we need to get ready, especially with some tutoring and things. So we're also hoping it comes later this week, beginning of next week. Our membership, as of August 31st, which I caution that Labor Day is really our good indicator. So next month we'll have a better idea of ADM. But we're about 5 students less right now. But we're hopeful that by September 30th that'll look a little different.
What was that number?
1669. And then our big task this year is redoing our strategic plan. It's time for another 6-year plan. And so I shared a process with the board that we're going to follow. We're going to start getting some data from the community, from our parents, from our teachers and students, as well as just looking at all the data we have and get to work, getting some goals and strategies. And our goal is by the end of this year to have a plan ready to present to the school board. And we'll be reaching out to you all for some input on that process as well. And so we're just ready to get started on that. And we had our principals at the meeting last night sharing their annual school improvement plans, which is just a requirement. And so we'll use those plans to help align in our strategic plan as well. So we're ready to get rolling and align all this stuff and start looking to the future.
Yeah. I don't know if you've gotten yours yet or not, and I know that sometimes it's a touchy subject, but have we gotten our accreditation scores yet?
Yes, we're fully accredited. Yes, sir. Yes, we're fully accredited.
Good job.
Yes, some of our schools showed great gains in science, especially when across the state that's typically not been the case.
Right.
So we were excited to celebrate that. But yes, all of our schools are accredited. So.
You mentioned that, did the other categories hold their own with the science increasing, or?
Yes, we're holding on.
Several years ago, it looked like it was a trade-off. All right, we improved over here, but we dropped over here, and several of them in the system, the fellow in your level said that's not acceptable. So,
it's really interesting to see their plans last night and to look at the data. Across the board, all of the schools have a focus on students with disabilities and low socioeconomic. Those are the gap groups that were measured on. So overall, we're doing those gap groups we need to give a little more attention to. And so that's where our focus will be for this year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate you giving us a brief synopsis of the school board meeting. Thank you very much. That's always helpful. On the website, is there a spot that breaks down all the, are you still incorporating that on the school board's website for schools and the population?
Yes, we indicate it on our agenda every month.
Okay, and it's on your website?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Roughly what right.
Now, we'll have David go.
You know, I don't touch many sides.
You have any questions?
I think somebody from thank you for the update and appreciate the work.
Thank you, sir.
I have one other thing that just hit me. As you approach your first year, and obviously the strategic plan is in the forefront, what do you feel are the challenges facing Floyd County schools? And I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I just, you and I go back a long way, and I just wonder, what are your objectives, challenges? I know you'll be addressing that.
Yeah, we have a lot of opportunity. The most glaring is transportation.
Right.
As far as what gets my attention most regularly. But as I told the school board, our three main priorities, my three main priorities going in were alignment of our instruction. We were very blessed in Floyd that our size, with the number of staff, the number of students we have, even though we're spread out, we're the size of some high schools in some divisions. So that's we need to take advantage of that. So we've been doing a lot of collaboration and established some division-wide learning communities that we're meeting quarterly. We put some early release days, 2 extra ones in the calendar for that, so our teachers could have time to collaborate and align, because we have one teacher, at Indian Valley and Willis that are, they're the only second grade teacher in our building. And so having time with other second grade teachers in the county is important. So looking at alignment across the division and then alignment to what we're supposed to be teaching. So everybody's teaching to that same level. So that's a big priority. Second priority is our college and career readiness. How are we getting these students taking advantage of the facility? How are we getting our students ready to be successful after they leave us? And then the third one is teacher recruitment and retention, because as you see, we're not alone in that. But less and less people are going into education, and we see it with our applicants. That applicant list is shorter and shorter every year. With the number of teachers that are interested in doing this great work, this hard work, but great work. And so I know I serve on a committee at Radford University that's looking at that. We're going to a conference. There's a post-COVID conference at Hollins University next week that we're going to, and that's a big topic there, as well as learning loss and mental health. So we're excited for that. So everybody kind of has that same focus right now too. I think we're lucky in Floyd. We hear frequently, and I've heard it many times this year from our new folks that have come from other places. Wow, wait, Floyd's just the best place to work. And I said, yeah, don't tell everybody that, but it is good.
When this problem surfaced, 15 years ago, the Career Switchers program came on the scene. Do you believe there may be a resurrection, sort of like, or a re-evaluating of that program and trying to, because that was really helpful in Floyd.
It was, and we've gotten several. In fact, I don't want to call attention to an individual staff member. We have a staff member who's an administrator. He started off as a career switcher, and that experience that she was able to bring from another industry into teaching was very valuable. And so there definitely is a place for it in this new kind of realm of recruitment. Good programs. Some we see that it's going to turn out, and teaching is a profession, and it needs a level of training and expectation that a lot of other professional careers deserve. And so Virginia Western has a really great program that we've worked with several people on. The state has partnered with iTeach. I'm kind of waiting on some results of that before we tout that one too much. But we definitely rely on some of our folks who come from other careers and decide they want to try teaching.
Do you think that's going to receive some more attention then?
I think so, just because the state has invested in partnership with iTeach.
Gotcha.
So they're looking at alternative ways to get people licensed.
Yeah, I mean, the state led the charge with that way back when, and then local superintendents across our region, kind of got on board with it. Yeah, okay.
Are you interested in pursuing teaching license?
I just want to thank you, and I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you, sir.
It's one of the quietest starts to the years. It's already started, so. I think it's reflective of your leadership style.
Thank you.
So,
I'm sitting here thinking, I am glad that we got somebody that was already familiar with the school system. You've been there, the strong points, weak points, and start building on that.
Yeah.
you know, I hate to say this, but you know, I'm one of the many that really took teachers for granted. You know, you don't realize the challenges they face. You know, when my granddaughter started teaching, you know, and she went from second grade to fifth grade. I couldn't do it. I had to do something to it.
To solve a lot of science problems.
And, you know, not only school problems, but home problems. And you know, it's a challenging job. You know, you gotta earn your money.
And we got a good group.
But
Really good group.
thank you for everything you do, and
Thank you. Thank you all for your support.
Thank you.
And I will say, if I was chair, myself and a couple of other staff members met up with Dr. Cromer and met her new assistant, I guess, Robert. And then also met with Barry and the athletic director. And again, we were able to really have a good conversation. It's got to walk through and always look at it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's always been good. I feel like we have good communication, and when issues come up, we are able to talk about them and figure them out.
that is one thing I am so glad to see.
Yeah.
Because
It's huge.
in the past, you didn't have that, but now everybody just picks right along together and they communicate with each other and, you know, try to get ahead of the game. And I appreciate that work.
Yeah, the problems that we're dealing with now, it takes all of us.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
You have a great day. Well, I don't see nobody in the public unless Cattle wants public comment. I'll come off.
She wants to go on the record.
So I guess I can just skip over that and go down to the old business in Kansas.
And Mr. Chairman, if I might, I'm thinking it might be best, even though we said the change to the attendance would be the last item in their old business, because these are some consequential items. It might be best to make sure that we make that change before
Gotcha.
we take any more consequential votes, just to, in case there was ever any question. We want to have belts and suspenders.
That's right. So we got an email from you.
So if I might, Mr. Chairman, so I sent you all a email that's got the link to the updated statute, which is 2.23708.3. And when I talked to Mr. Durbin yesterday, he pointed out that the old standard is still there under 0.2. And so we need to make sure that when we make this change, assuming you would like to, that we specifically note 2.23708.3, that would be your new standard. Many of these, as if I might, says meeting held through electronic communication means situations other than declared state emergency. And of course, it says public bodies are encouraged to provide public access, both in person and electronic communications, and provide avenues for public comment. Most of this is very similar to before. One of the larger changes relates to the number of meetings that you can participate in remotely. And so that is part of it. And that can be found in B4, the member, which is about a third of the way down or so. Member is unable to attend a meeting due to a personal matter and identifies with specificity the nature of the personal matter. However, the member may not use remote participation due to personal matters more than 2 meetings per calendar year. And I will note that is our current standard, or, and this is the change, 25% of the meetings held per calendar year rounded up to the next whole number, whichever is greater. And again, as I noted before, you all, we get to see you a lot more than some other counties. So the two meetings kind of left you all at a disadvantage. And so that was one of the reasons we wanted to update this. I would note that, of course, there's still unlimited excuses related to medical issues and those kind of things. So this is really kind of the largest change And of course, there is no specific limitation on just missing meetings, but I could say from a staff perspective and probably the public and y'all, we would rather have you all remote than not at all. Because it's important that your area be represented and your thoughts be considered in the discussion.
I thought she was just going to say she wanted us to remote.
Basically, we have, if we go back to where we used to have just one meeting in November, December, scheduled meetings, we basically just have 22 a year. Right? And
Yeah, sure.
so if we had 2 each month, it would be 24 meetings a year. So do we go back and
Budget workshops, all of
that's
it.
what I was getting ready to get at. Okay. So that would put us at probably close to 35, 40.
40.
Could be, some years it could be as much as 50, depends on how, we haven't done. Attack. It's been 5 years, we have.
She enjoys it.
Some years we would have, some years that we would have 2 budget meetings a week.
Yeah. Years ago, we was having 2 a week or a month and a half. Yeah, but that was a year, man. It was, we were about going out, standing in the corner with a cup in our hand, to get money.
Yeah, some of our surrounding counties, just in terms of budgets, they only have 3 meetings, one of which is their public hearing. I'm not foreseeing a time that you all are interested in just 3 meetings.
So how, do you have language? To this team?
Yeah,
Like the statute?
I think, that we would, to the county, the motion would be to update the board members' electronic meeting policy to reflect current statute 2.23708.3. And so that would include everything.
In its entirety, any other changes would be automatic or.
Mhm.
Good motion.
So, second.
I didn't say all, but.
Where there's any
Motion and a second, any more discussion? All right.
Right. On the motion to update the Board of Supervisors attendance policy related to meetings held through electronic communication to reflect the current statute 2.23708-3, dot 3. Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Cox? Yes, okay. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
With all due respect to these other counties, it just has a handful of meetings. In my opinion, that's the reason they get themselves in a financial bind for the years over. Because we know what we got and how much we got to spend and and so I'd rather do it our way. So, and that's why the people knows that, we've been, the promise I made when I ran was, told him I wouldn't promise that I'd never vote for a tax increase, but I'd promised that I would be accountable for the money. And I think this board really has been accountable. There's a lot out there don't agree with us, but they don't look at the big picture. But for all due respect to them, but I like the way we do it. Of course, staff really helps us out on that too. I give y'all that. Y'all usually get pretty well down in a nutshell by the time we get it. We just have to tweak it.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
And I think we go above and beyond the statute in that we try to find ourselves a secure location wherever we may be. And that's really important. It shows our, we're
Face of the board's changed too. It used to, it was people that worked here in the county.
right.
We had farmers and, maybe textile. But, like you and Levi in real estate, and you always got stuff coming up.
Yep.
And we can't take away from people's livelihood, so need to have to bend the rules every now and then, accommodate.
I appreciate all the assistance.
Absolutely.
I was locked in the call, I was locked in the closet and from a vacation.
So you're enjoying that 50-degree weather out there, right? So that's,
That,
Yeah, I go to the closet, you're, and start.
And roast them at the same time.
That was all the week.
You know, take them to the beach, it's not a problem.
we appreciate you making the effort, you know. And,
Yeah.
uh,
So, that, Mr. Chairman, I think the next, really 3 items are all the reason that Tabitha is here with us today. So,
public comment in here.
In your board packet, it actually says 10 A, B, and C. See that? You're putting it up, it's, the dean and Tabitha's kind of summary of each one of these, which I thought was real helpful and they did a great job. So,
Yep, thank you. Yeah, it was very good.
Just answer any questions you all may have. I think the first one before you is a Virginia Telecommunication Initiative grant agreement from Department of Housing and Community Development. It's similar to the one you all signed in 2022 for that VADI project. This project was awarded for 1.3 million. And Citizens Telephone Cooperative committed 827,000 to match. There's no county match. So that would be the first agreement we would ask for approval on. And then the next is Medina had submitted the US EDA co-application or the application for Phase 2 road and utilities project. In July, when she submitted this, they came back with more questions and asked for the county to be a co-applicant and for the PSA to be a co-applicant. He has filled out the forms, and the motion on that would just be to approve the county as a co-applicant on the US EDA application and to approve Dr. Millsap's signature on that. And that's because the county will own the road and VDOT will maintain and same for the PSA will own the utilities. So on that one. And then the last is the construction engineering inspections contract. That contract had been already approved even in a prior meeting last year, allowed that to go forward. But we had not had the agreement and it had not been signed. This $245,000 contract will be able to be reimbursed by ARC. So any questions? All right.
This was very helpful to have it all laid out.
Yeah, we did a good job on that.
Looked over all the contract.
Steve looked over, he looked over the construction engineering inspections contract.
Yeah.
And the attorney and got back with, so
Got back.
they're good to go. I don't believe Steve looked at the actual 2023 value one, but he had looked at the one last year and it's the same.
I was gonna say, it looked like it was pretty close to, if not identical.
I think it's similar. Yeah.
I think they just changed the dates and the amount. That's to me.
Thank you for saving that money on Steve, revisiting it.
Yeah, it's gonna be that when we can. That's so. In the CD, it doesn't get you guys to anything right now that actually would save you if we got this grant. So it was just
The funnel for it. Coming to us, then to the EDA.
to the local EDA. And you guys are just going to be a co-applicant on it because of the road situation. You would own the road.
On each, right?
Yes.
So
We'll take a motion. First one.
On the Virginia Telecommunications Initiative Valley Grant
Yes.
2023, I also move that we accept this grant and have all the signatures will be the guarantee, and any signatures that are needed to be performed by administrator and anyone else.
Second.
Motions. In a second, I'll get you right in a minute.
Okay, at the moment, Mr. Chair, on the motion to accept as presented the Virginia Telecommunications Initiative VADI 2023 grant, and allow for signature and appropriate guarantee, signature by appropriate staff and guarantee. Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yeah.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right, that one is approved.
Next, I'll take a motion to approve the Floyd Regional Commerce Center Phase 2 Road and Utilities. US EDA co-applicant application.
So moved.
Second. Go ahead.
Jerry.
She had it.
Motion on the fourth.
On the motion to approve the county as a co-applicant for the Floyd Regional Commerce Center Phase 2 Road and Utilities US EDA application. Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yeah.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right.
Next, we have a motion to approve the construction engineering inspection contract.
So moved.
Second.
Passed on that one.
And that includes authorizing appropriate signatures.
Call the roll.
All right, on the motion to approve the construction engineering inspections contract and appropriate signatures, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right,
Thank you all.
Thank you.
3 for 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that brought us down to closed session.
What?
No,
One more.
the
And then mark it off. USS.
So many letters and no word, right?
Well, I scratched that and off before we even got to the
If I might, Mr. Chairman, this is just kind of giving you all maybe an update and asking for a little direction to staff. As you know, we are readying ourselves to move out of this building and move to the bank, and we'll give you an update about that in a little bit later. But as part of doing that, of course, social services will expand into our current space. And so there has been an MOU that governs that landlord-tenant essentially relationship with us and social services. It is very old, very, very old. And so we were thinking this is probably an excellent opportunity for, if you all are amenable, for us to revisit that and make sure it is reflective of current needs, and also look at some of the financial implications in there.
yeah.
Unfortunately, to date, our social services office has not been able to secure that $150,000 we were hoping for. They are still continuing to try to work that. I would note there was some money put in the budget itself for another county. And so I guess that's giving us all a little pause, but whether that money materializes or not, we still need to, in my opinion, work on what that agreement looks like and see what that relationship needs to be, and also have some conversation, obviously, about if they don't end up with the money, what can we still work with them to do up here to make this work usable for them and much better. Kind of just as a side note related to that, the the county administration staff all went over and looked at the bank furniture. And so we will be able to leave behind for social services a fair portion of the furniture here. So that will help a little bit if the funding doesn't come through. But of course, there's some modifications that they'll need to make given their type of work.
It's so frustrating when the state has a $5.1 billion surplus. 150,000 can't come to a rural county that just needs it
It's just,
to help update the Department of Social Services, something that is so necessary.
yeah, but they just don't know what to do with it.
Oh, I know, it's so
It's
sad,
sad.
so sad.
Speaking with Chad back and forth, and he has, made exhaustion of attempts to try to, get an answer or assistance. And he's frustrated. So it's not for lack of attempt or anything else. He's quite frustrated at, here's your money, just kidding, which is pretty much what happened, so.
Yeah, it would be interesting to kind of note this all that he's done, and then maybe have our delegates and senator act on our behalf. I don't know.
Well,
That's the problem with having one going out and you and.
Yeah, I know.
They don't want
Nobody wants to do it, yeah.
and also, well, I think number one is security, safety, and privacy.
Yep.
And whether we get reimbursed for it or not, that's,
choice.
no, I mean, it has to be that.
It's like Pam's, Kim said that for what, 3 or 4 years, they kept saying, we got this money here, y'all can do this, y'all can do that. And then when we come down, we need it, they said, nah, forget it, we're not gonna just have it.
And, so maybe get with Chad and get him kind of on that scope, the security and safety and privacy. The first go around, but let's get that taken care of once Kelly falls through the wayside. I'm sorry. Those are the top 3 needs for me. Now, I know he's going to have to do there need to be some other arrangements, but the front will have to be better secured. Just various things like that. Get him started on that. And as far as this,
I
don't
see a signature from the DSS.
the number 2 on this, if you all pull it up.
Page 2?
Yeah, it's page 1, number 2.
Yeah.
From the 13th through October 24th.
All right.
And then 147.40 from 24 to 40. It's pretty long term. And if I were in their position, and I sort of am, I want that left. That's part of the agreement. We're just working out something new for upstairs. But that's not it depends on which hat I got on.
Yeah.
If I'm sitting here with a supervisor hat, I would never have agreed to that to begin with. But apparently it was agreed to. So whatever we're working out, unless they're totally receptive, is what we're going to be doing on this upstairs, and that they're totally all utilities and they'll be taken over.
Right, no longer 50-50 on
No,
utility.
50-50. There's 3,800 square feet downstairs. Has anybody measured that? No, that blows my mind. Now, if you include the walls and the ceiling, maybe, but
Surface.
The agreement to me. They got another 2 square feet or something.
56.
Yeah, and,
11,434.
are we talking about 3 buildings?
Places, you know. Okay, there's a plan of this building somewhere, but that's, at least if as we move forward, let's make it more correct. I can't see 3856 square feet down there now. And I don't know that there might be that much upstairs and downstairs, but
Maybe that includes the across the way.
I don't know.
but anyway, if they're receptive to redo the whole thing, it's fine, but don't be surprised if they want to lock in the downstairs and what's already been agreed to through 40.
But then this has to be renegotiated as the whole top floor to a more current,
Yeah.
accurate
That's
monthly rental agreement.
because I don't understand the
Or with Steve, if something that's now going to encompass the entirety of this building, if that number A is still valid. And I'm telling you, where is the signature of the DSS person in this document?
Page 9.
you got Dan Campbell and then you got Carl Ayers.
Is that who that is? Carl Ayers? Okay.
Yep, that's while Carl was here. This was, yeah, 2013.
Alright.
And Miss Gillespie was still working here.
Yes, she was. As an average. Yep.
And,
And Terry was
not
given.
exactly sure how they come to those numbers, but anyway.
And I'm not trying to, make anything. It just needs to be more reflective of what's current.
Well, the state, well, I can say this, and Kim, you can correct me, but I feel like the state has got a square footage number
Kind of formula.
and some kind of formula. If I know DSS at the state level. So it's a matter of getting things to the current formula number. May not be what we want, maybe more than they want, but
Right. But since it's a whole new setup, I mean, even though they do have the same space downstairs, it's an entirely new MOU.
help me remember, wasn't the way that worked, we would pay for stuff up front, and if DSS provided the funding, they would reimburse us, wasn't it? And when that, the previous time you got the money, wasn't the way it seemed to me like it was, we would spend the money, pay for the construction, the bills would be turned in, then they'd send the money down.
That's how I remember it.
Yes. Right, yeah, state reimbursement.
I guess we could still.
So even if we go, we go ahead with the construction, we keep our billing separate, keep a complete file just for that. Then I would think if they do come up with funding, we can turn it in for reimbursement.
I'd turn it in for reimbursement anyway. Who knows?
I would be prepared.
For a note.
Budgetary preparedness of not being reimbursed for that specific because they stated there's no funding for it. So we can submit all we want, but if they said there's, it doesn't. I'm just talking about our fiscal. I agree. I don't think we should not assist. It's our agreement from the beginning, but under a different guise that they had that was going to be reimbursed. So
The secretary and the director, state director of DSS, do have a little leeway within their budget. Well, you gotta be careful because we could pay for it in other ways. You know, if they move it from one pile of money to another pile.
From one pocket to another.
And there's a history of the state occasionally doing it. Just occasionally. But I think that
To do, to assist this process, approving it. Kind of, kind of like when you lend money, don't expect it back if you don't have it, lend it. And then if you get it back,
just been upstairs looking, is there any kind of plan in place yet?
I might, yeah, they've been starting to work on it, but I think the not knowing about the 150,000 has kind of slowed it all down.
He's got a,
Got a general idea, yeah.
in general, I know like Dakota's, they talked about her going up on, so they have an, benefits will stay downstairs, the benefits side will stay downstairs. Services, as of right now, or as of the last conversation, services will come upstairs.
Justin, y'all was in the sea. What have you got? What do you want? You know, I hate to put it this way, but what are your minimums?
Yeah, and yeah,
We're gonna have to pay for it, at least up front.
yeah.
And if we don't get reimbursed, it is truly a direct investment.
Absolutely.
To the wellness of the county.
Yep.
It's an investment in our own building.
Right.
Yeah, and if I might, so again, Chad had been continuing to hold out hope based on what he was being told that the funding would be available. But then the folks that were supposed to come and meet with him and meet with us kept delaying, and then the state budget came out. So that's part of why that hasn't happened. But as Kim was starting to note, we do have a meeting scheduled with Chad on the 19th for us to sit down and kind of our two primary items. One is what are we going to do about the building? What's the plan? Start working through some of these issues. And then the second, of course, has to do with the opioid funding and that. But, in some ways they are kind of interrelated. But yes, they've been up here and walked around a little bit. And I think they were also waiting for us to let them know how much of the furnishings we're going to take. So now that we've kind of worked through that and feel like, for instance, we'll take all these chairs with us, but
Right.
most of the desk will stay here as an example. Well, then that changes what their needs are. So, but yeah, the 19th, the plan.
Well, yeah, and see what, because it may need to change the cubicles eventually, but that might be able to use it the way it is.
Yeah.
Because you've got the conference room back there, you can meet with clients under that circumstance. We might leave a noise machine for them, just in case.
Okay.
But I think it's something that, given the fact that we're going to be moving out, we need to know what the minimum they need here, that we can start lining up.
Mhm.
Now, yes, it depends on what the estimate is. Will we have to put out an RFP for the work on this level?
It kind of depends. How I see it is, it kind of depends on what the work is.
Okay. So that'll be decided once you find out. And okay, because that takes time.
Mhm.
That has to be written up, all the I's dotted and T's crossed and all that.
Yeah.
And, I'm just looking for something for me. I'm just speaking for me. Once we're out, as soon as possible, whatever has to be done, start work.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they
Yep.
can. Now, whether the state people come down and look at it and put input into it, I don't care. Ezra, that he knows the rules and regulations,
Mhm.
state people don't want to come down and visit, fine, just leave them out of it.
Yeah.
It might be better to leave them out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the reason he was hoping for the state people to come is because that was part of the hoping to get the money.
But if they show and the money's not there, then
Then they.
no money, no input as far as I'm concerned.
Mhm. Yeah, and I think kind of to Kim's point, I mean, and we have had some conversations at a high level, and so we kind of know who's coming up. I think we are all aware that the front needs to be set up differently, given what happens in that office. It needs to be a little bit more secure and have also a place that's visible for people to do visits. You know, they've been using the Carillion room, and of course, they're still welcome to do that. But obviously, you know, being able to do that here.
I have to have locks changed, do I have to have combinations changed?
Yeah.
It is one door back here. Of course, I don't know how he's gonna have it laid out. Is there an advantage to putting a combination lock on that door out there versus what's there, or just change the key lock and put a new key lock?
Yeah,
Just
just
fine,
because,
because there,
yeah, I'm sorry.
there was a combo lock that goes downstairs.
Right.
So that will be a deterrent.
The challenge, I think, is finding a combination lock to go on a glass door like that. Those are really designed for. So that may be what holds that up, but yeah. So we have made changes. We've started changing the combinations on the door locks whenever we have staff changes, and my assumption is that Chad would want to do the same kind of thing.
I think they're still working to divert all any visitors or anybody who's affiliated with the department to go downstairs first.
Right.
So to have that be the check-in area and
Yeah.
then with staff diverted, you know. The last time.
That's the way I worked. I would much prefer this back stairwell be used as an emergency exit rather
Not for
than
public access.
no public or that was always intended to be an emergency exit. That controls everything here and downstairs. You have an interior stairwell. See?
Mhm.
So that's the only reason I'm bringing it up. If we didn't have the interior stairwell, I might, since we're talking, since we do have employees, all of the employees have access to the stairwell, then this predominantly emergency type exit.
Exiting the building every just winter days. Right down those back steps, right up with permission, but you know, and no, but if you are right, that is now.
Just want to, and they're
Yes.
they're leasing. Even though there's a money there for a liability, so we're still the big companies. And since they do have the interior steps for employees, I think that should be more of an emergency.
Yeah.
Under their thing.
Reckon Chad could give us sort of like a rough draft of what needs to change so that we can get in our minds what we can leave, what we can take, and, you know, that would accommodate him. Yeah, and I'm a visual person. You know, y'all sit here and all that stuff when you want to. Yeah,
Post-it notes on things that we keep.
I've got to get in my mind.
How many? Kim, do you know how many employees there are in the services? I don't either. I should, but no, that's all right. Not right now, but sometime. Because I'm thinking with the number of offices we have, I don't think they're going to need, but maybe one or two more individual offices, which that may end up being what happens out here instead of the cubicles. But
We've got 6 offices, 7, 8 offices.
You want to,
three here and three, five.
well, you got Tabitha and Ladina's, so
That's what I'm saying.
I think they are.
Maybe you have to build some offices.
Right.
Open.
Right. And then there's,
Chad's on, Chad, David,
And
first
then-
supervisors.
then that medical. Well, then, we had the permission for the Medicare, but he held off because he didn't think we needed it. But coming out of the pandemic, I anticipate any time needing that.
Yeah.
So, so some of this area in here may end up being a hallway and there could be two offices right here. It just depends on what he needs. But
Yeah.
I agree with Joe. Go ahead and get him to spend something that he's,
Mhm.
so we can sort of get some idea of what he.
Yeah, we'll do that. And so maybe we'll meet on the 19th and try to have something at least high level for your next meeting. Just to give you all.
It don't have to be fancy or.
No, just
Just
Yes.
something to give my pea brain something to work on.
well, and maybe then it's something that we could work up some kind of rough estimate on that we would know what dollars we're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've been really fortunate that you all invested some of your ARPA dollars in the HVAC and the deck.
Yeah.
So really, in terms of those kind of things, I think all that potentially is really left, other than creating different types of spaces, right, is doing something about the hallway over here and the conference room where the wallpaper is peeling off the walls. We probably just need to have somebody pull all that off, sand it down and paint it and
Patch up.
patch holes, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
It's been taken care of for the moment.
Yeah.
You're permanent.
Yeah. And there are a couple of more pieces of this around, and we still have some of the old blue stuff around. That's not ideal, but if it's temporary, even if to help them expand while they're working on other stuff, they might be able to do. So, yeah, this, as you recall, was a gift from one of the tenants out at the Innovation Center. So we've been able to reuse that a lot.
But I really do like when you done this, because I always like to watch that front door.
Yep.
So I need getting under the table or run.
Or push a button.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like we've got some direction on that, so I appreciate that, and we'll move on with our meeting the 19th. And then, Mr. Chairman, I guess, if you don't mind, we probably move on to closed session. And given, so, I'm sorry, some of the,
Before we go back there. We can. Quick break, yeah, maybe a bathroom break and stretch my back.
all right. Okay, so if I might want us to amend A8 just a little bit, given everything to say emergency management and building related issues. And I've alerted Mr. Durbin that we were on our last item before closed session, so we can give him a call and have him engaged. So we will have legal counsel available for A8, just so the public knows that's the case.
You done had to sign off, right? Levi?
I'm being said again.
Would you be for closed session or?
No, yeah, let's go ahead and, call me back up or I'll be on it.
Okay.
He needs to be available for the motions to go in and in.
Right, I mean, yeah, but
You guys, so really take it off.
yeah, that's what was confusing me. You had to get the other meetings too, so. We'll take like 5 minutes and then we'll come back and go in closed session that quick. So. All righty. So
It said like,
All righty, we went back in session. I'll take a motion to go in the closed session under 2.2-3711A19, 2.2-3711A8, and I don't forget the addition you add to it, but you can explain it to us.
Okay. Well, it was an addition under A8, so you're still good. But under A8, in the more detailed language, we said emergency management, and then I wanted to add building issues. Then, of course, under A19, just to clarify for the public, that has to do with cybersecurity.
So moved.
Second,
Motion second, call roll.
All right, on the motion to move into closed session under 2.2-3711A19 and A8 related to cybersecurity, emergency management, and building issues, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
yes.
Ms. Cookenberg,
Yes.
Mr. Cox.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, we will move to closed session.
I'll tell you that.
All righty, we're back out of closed session. I'll take a I'll take a motion to come out of closed session.
So moved.
Second. Motion second, call roll.
All right, on the motion to come out of closed session, Ms. Bechtel.
Yes.
Ms. Kuchenberg.
Yes.
Mr. Cox.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Booth
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes. I'll take a motion certifying that we only discussed those things we were in closed session for.
So moved.
Second.
All right, on the motion to certify that we only talked about in closed session the things we were supposed to talk about in closed session, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Kuchenberg,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox.
Yeah.
And Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, you are out and certified.
All righty, and I think we need to notify me, but.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Been leaving 15 years, but
Hey,
let's see. Where is that cloud?
still the first page for clarification.
Take it away, Maestro.
Calculate it out.
Did you refresh? Because it was sent late.
Yeah,
Was it sent in on our packet or in our,
They're in the packet.
It should be under 12A.
okay,
Carrie,
there it is. I went too far, I apologize.
Yeah, I can't, can I write on this one? No, I can't.
No.
I know.
I need to, I make notes.
Just put stickies on your screen.
I would never write it on that. And you didn't write on it, it's gonna be there for a while.
So let's see if we end up with one.
You should be able to write on it. I left it in Word. Anyway, before you, you see your fiscal year department carryover requests. So pretty much, each department that is here, has sent in a request. And, Linda and I reviewed it, and you'll see the staff recommendation. And again, please note that we've already, through our budget process, have already approved things that we were, what's the term? Not automatic. You don't like that word. Yeah.
the 100% carryover. There you go.
So you remember part of how we handled the budget was to include those 100% carryover items like redoing the roof on the courthouse. And so we did that already. So these are the ones that they expended some of the funds, but not all of them. So that's the distinction. And to the question of automatic or kind of automatic, that you all's practice has been that generally only applies to grants. That while you still have to take action, it's pretty much a required if there's a grant that carries out. So we've addressed all those as what we know. So these are just the departmental ones that they use some of the funds, but not all of them. Except for community development. And I did put that on there just because that was consistent. That's correct. So I wanted to make it, that's correct. The other, and especially I know with Linda, I did not in the total overage that you see for, that's expenditure overage. And some of the departments have requests that come from revenue. So it's from revenue that was generated in fiscal year 23. And a lot of that is usually the sheriff, because those again are pretty much automatic from the state. And from what I understand, is required, especially in corrections and detention. Again, some of those are driven by state funds that have an 100% carry. I don't know. Kind of walk through each of these. You want to take a minute to look at them, ask questions, however you'd like to proceed.
I believe we just strove for them, look at them, they're pretty well self-explanatory.
And anything as we recommend, because I'm doing the math right now, anything that we end up saying yay, nay to, or saying, yeah, this looks great. The leftovers would then go into
General fund.
general fund.
That's correct.
So I'm working. Do you happen to have that total or am I?
General fund total?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Okay, I'm working on it.
Okay.
Can I start asking questions?
Please.
Okay. We'll start with Commissioner of Revenue. Their travel education of $3,000. If we rolled that over, what would their total travel and education fund?
900.
Okay, so there would be 3,900 then in there.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is
So
correct.
it's not like $6 grand.
No. And I will say, there was discussion with Dr. Millsaps and I and Lisa. They really, she's pretty clean with all of her and even per our discussions and even trying to estimate, like, for example, the native values, that 1885, we kind of like talked it out because we don't know yet what the 3 vendors that are going to do it, because JD Power doesn't do it anymore.
Right.
So we knew JD Power's amount. We don't know the other 3. So, and Lisa did a really good job of that. And she has a few people that work in her office that would benefit from going to like deputy commission of revenue.
So they anticipate using some of this education money this fiscal year?
Yes, yes.
Very good.
Candidly, the amount that was in there was too small for them to actually be able to
Okay.
go to anything. So that's why we suggested they actually move it up a little because.
Very reasonable. Yeah. Just want to clarify because that seems like a large amount for
Yes.
one department. So just
It's,
to make it
I
clear.
believe the classes, if I'm correct, and I can get verification from Lisa. So if she wanted to send 3 of her girls, spread them out, the classes, the certification class is, I think, $250 to $300 to register. Then you would also have to stay.
Right.
So,
It's several days.
and it's 3 days. That is correct.
She really hasn't been able to send her folks.
Mhm.
And it kind of strikes us as we want the people who do enforcement of tax stuff to be able to do that well.
Right. Right.
It's kind of a self-interested.
It's such a large shift in budget for that department, for this line. I want to just make sure that it's clear why
Yes.
we're doing this
And
increase.
she's very
Right.
clean, like she, so that was definitely like what Linda said, to be able to support that.
Right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes.
EMS fitness for 3,000. Are we buying them? Or are they looking at fitness equipment? Okay.
Really?
Are they going to be required to use it?
I don't know what we can require. So they have requested on numerous occasions that start considering getting them some fitness equipment to use in the building. And part of that is candidly a safety issue, since they have to do so much lifting and climbing and all of that, it's probably, it was in my opinion, I think our opinion, that it's in our collective best interest to make sure that they are fitting. Art has, which is one of our EMS folks, actually, you follow on Facebook, I mean, he's a serious, he does lifter and running, he does running with like 60-pound bags of rocks just to see if he can do it. So they're going to utilize some of his expertise to try to put together some programming for them.
Where's this gonna all be placed?
So there is broken equipment in their existing space.
Where they sleep?
Which would be
Intake.
cheaper? Paying them membership to shorts or buying this?
I don't know about, we didn't really discuss the cheaper, although that's $40 a month per person, up there. But, yeah, that they could, this way they could do particular group programming related to what they have to be able to do.
And they're on site.
Correct.
So again, where is this gonna be placed? In a bay? In the basement of the building?
Can we also ensure that there's adequate training and liability coverage for use of equipment on site? Sure.
Let's use it.
If they,
It's just whatever liability coverage there needs to be. I don't
if
want
somebody gets to lift and bust in their,
Yeah.
and I put butter in mine, like that,
Right, so just as a,
I think it's a great idea.
yeah, I do too. I'm not discouraging the fitness equipment. I just want to be sure that we have the proper steps.
We're covered.
We just gotta make sure that that equipment is our equipment. It's gonna be.
I got a brand new Bowflex Extreme I donate to them. 5 or 6 years ago. It's been moved around different buildings. Like I've used it 3 times.
Yeah.
That is something not everyone realizes, so as you talk to the public, you can make donations to.
I may just donate. Yep. I may just donate to you all then. Get Richard, bring it down here.
There you go.
Just please don't leave it next to the green box.
It's got some cables and bars on there I could use on the phone.
That was pretty funny there.
The bears need to work off some of that weight they gain from the garbage. Build the strength to climb in. Hard to drag him 100-pound bags out in the mouth.
Well, and hopefully a last dish note. I will say I stopped out at animal control the other day and walked around because we knew we were having some HVAC issues. So Smith has been out to repair it, and so far it's working. But it was noted that unit is 20 years old. So that's something we just want to keep on our radar. But I would like to give them a kudos about Bill. They talked to me about everything on this list specifically. And then they sent Kim a list that was extremely detailed, like this bucket from this place for this.
That's
amount.
the share on the,
Yeah, under animal control. So just, you don't see that all the time. So when people do that in such due diligence, just want to absolutely for doing a good job.
that transparency is imperative to getting them what they need.
And I can read some of those when we get there.
Right.
Right.
Only one that doesn't say,
Mm-hmm.
and that has to do with not a ton of detail available.
Well, can I review
I'm done. Thank you.
under corrections and detentions?
Mhm.
I've got to ask, I'm sorry, the $1,170, that tells me what that's for, but, and apparently the others have to be spent in courtroom security. Do we know how it's being spent? The last one kind of explains, well, maybe a little bit, but anyway, are they intending on spending that as far as courtroom security? It says it must be spent within the courtroom, and I understand that. There's just a little idea.
Yeah, like for the 23,958, that's one of those that came from revenue. It says courtroom security money must by code be spent on the courtroom. This is money collected during fiscal year 23 from the court, CC 244, general district, and juvenile court. That's the information we received.
So you don't know exactly how it's being spent, but it's being spent in relation to the courtroom.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Not as much detail as animal control. Okay.
basically, they asked for 48, 220, 85, and you're gonna give them, we're gonna give them 28,585.94
From expenditure, yeah.
from expenditure.
Okay.
So they're not getting the total 48, 220.
Well, the 28,585 is from the actual expenditure report. Then the remainder would be if you want to approve the revenue over two.
Right, but
So
then,
yeah, I could have made that. I see what you're saying.
so,
Yes.
but then in this case, $19,634.91 will go back into general fund, is that correct? Right, okay, that's what I'm getting at, that's what I'm working on. Is it back to me? And you talked with each of the departments,
Spending.
and if something were to come up with any of the departments, even though the money is back, they would be able to, come and request funds for something and, yeah, right. I appreciate you going out and talking or having phone conversations with everybody and the two of you working on this.
It's very helpful.
Very helpful. And, just because this goes back into general fund, I mean, it's just us doing due diligence. We're giving them what they need.
Anybody else got any questions? Good, Val?
No, I'm good, thank you.
All right.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
I'd make a motion, we approve the various department carryovers as recommended by the staff recommendation.
I'll second that. I like the staff recommendation.
Motion a second. No other discussion, call the roll.
All right, on the motion to approve the carryover request from the departments noted as staff recommendation and at the level of staff recommendation, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenberg,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yeah,
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, those are approved. Ms. Sherman, the next item is kind of it's an approval, but also a discussion item. Because I think that I have the authority to actually do this, but I wanted to know if you want me to just do this or more. So this particularly has, if I might, sorry, this particularly has to do with the green box site at Franklin Pike and 221. And that is one of the few sites that the county actually owns the land under the site. And we own a little bit more than that as well. We own a couple of acres there. And so that has been one of the sites that I refer to as a Bear Studio apartment. They're pretty clearly been living right behind the green boxes there. They are, and just as a side note, they are in the one at the Commerce Center. We are absolutely certain they are living right behind them. Yep. So part of what we wanted to start doing with that site, because it is under our control, is to push that back a little bit so it becomes a larger space so they can leave the green boxes further out from the shrubs, which we think would improve safety. And it'll still be attractive to the bears, but at least you'll be able to see. I think people are becoming rightfully a little concerned that they might come around the corner, and especially if it's dark and there they are and they don't see them.
I did have that concern the other night. I took pause when I was recycling some cardboard the other night.
Yeah.
I honked my horn.
Yeah.
A couple of them.
Yeah. Yeah, as you all know, I'm familiar with the one on Brackridge, but he's not all that big. The one that hangs out there is pretty big. So anyway, so we have gone back and forth a little bit with Shorts about how much they were going to charge for this. And so far, right now, we just asked them to do 20 to 25 feet larger. And that if that's the case, then they'll go ahead and either chip it or haul it off. So that's part of it as well. Because we do have some uses for mulch potentially if it could be chipped.
Yeah.
So that's $1,500. The question is, would you like us to explore having them clear a little bit more? We won't be able to clear all of what we own, certainly, because a lot of that is wetland. So we're going to have, it's marshy back there. So we're going to have to be careful how far we go back to not get ourselves in trouble with our own soil and erosion staff who run the transfer station. He'd have to cite himself.
Yeah, that would be good. And, but the Commerce Park isn't.
No, so this, I just brought that up as an example, but this particularly is for the site at Franklin Pike. And we're starting to look at, is it possible to make that also into closer to a convenience site? The challenge is it's low and it's wet, so we're gonna have to get a little bit of expert help on that just to be sure. But even without that, we'd kind of like to think about maybe going more than 25 feet back if we can.
Well,
But again, wanted to get a sense from you all once we're going to.
There's boxes being moved around down there.
and also, just to remind you that is the pump station and the PSA and there are sewer lines and water lines.
Two boxes has been loaded across today.
Yes.
What about,
Yeah,
what about taking it back as far as they can safely do it without burying wonder?
Mhm.
And maybe changing the orientation.
Mhm.
Yeah, because as you go further in and up, it is a little bit drier. It may change the
Mhm.
the design of it, but it would improve.
Mhm.
We might have to.
well, and also, we may need to look at the entrances there too.
Say that, but I decided that
Well, I mean, that involves VDOT,
yes.
but maybe if we've got more property than what we got there, and you're getting this thing laid out a little more, maybe we can space them out a little further.
You got a survey?
I found it. No. No, I don't know. I did pull we pulled the GIS maps. Cause as you know, I continue to be intrigued by the spot back there that could be a pond. Cause I'm gonna get coon dog races before I retire.
Yeah. Yeah, we need to get Justin.
Done that a little bit. Yeah. But, right.
It's probably.
So recognizes that it is wet back there, so we'll have to look at the whole site. I don't know if there's some way to your point, if reorient it a little bit.
Yeah,
And change the pitch over time. Maybe that makes it work well with the, yeah.
Make sure that's not where they're keeping the bog turtle. They need some. They just take them out when they need them.
There you go. So you all are okay with us looking at doing much more substantial work there? Have them at least start with us, but.
And look at the entrances.
and I will say, the Commerce Center, well, those green boxes, well, he's up there. I don't know.
I don't know how far behind them it goes. It's not very far though.
On the Commerce Center?
Yeah, it's not very far behind them. It's long, but it's.
Jewish back here owns most of it.
Yeah, and then there's a building,
Building.
yeah, back there in the big ravine back there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Went down here before the bear came.
So that's an action item, so you need approval.
Well, if you're okay with just this consensus, that's fine, but it wasn't just information.
Yeah, I think everybody's in consensus. But what about you, Lee? Yeah. All right.
Okay, and I will tell you that'll be particularly useful because, there is another fairly sizable green box site on the other end of Franklin Pike up by the Parkway.
Yeah.
And the owners have asked us to remove that. So
Yeah.
at Franklin Pike and the Parkway at the dry goods store. So the folks that own it that originally owned it have unfortunately passed away. And as part of the family effort to get the property ready for sale, they don't think having a lot of rusty green boxes out there is going to help them get a great price.
Well, we put some painted ones up there.
At least it's not in my district for a change.
Yeah, it's Levi's.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to bring this to you quickly because we'll probably end up pulling those and we will post them, which I'll get to more in my report, but okay, we'll move forward with that then. Next up is Kevin. Oh, wake him up, Kevin. So, Mr. Chair, if I might. So, as you know, we have to update the emergency operations plan every once in a while. This has been the first time since I've been here. So that's exciting. And so these next two items, the resolution for emergency operations plan and the declaration of adoption national incident management system, those are both kept. Thank you.
Just roll on change the EOP, just updating the information. Different players in the games, NIMS is just a standard practice, gives us like, it's actually training that everybody has to take. Nothing's really changed about that. It's just adopting it and pushing it through. And if you would like some good reading, sit there and read that stuff. OP does not go into specific details or anything like that. It's just basically a template for if I'm not around and anybody else can operate.
It's got the order of succession as, yeah.
And if I might, Kevin's talked with the state folks about this, and so that's part of why we're doing it now. So to kind of dump it on you, and if we need to give you a little more time, we could do that. But we didn't realize that we had to move quite so quickly, at least for initial submission. So wanted to at least have it before you. If you're comfortable, sign it. But I think the world will not end if you want to read it. Is that right? I want to make sure I'm saying everything.
Do need to get it into the state staff. They did pay me a visit, and it's always something overload for them. Off the side, and you know, can't do anything about it till they come out and say, where is it? That made that visit last week.
It's right over.
I didn't take off. Well, I didn't take off, but worked on about 3 days, but I could just jump in it and not be distracted.
So it's in our, yeah, it's in our packet. Yeah, packet.
You need a motion?
Need a motion, yeah.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the resolution for emergency operation plan as presented.
No, second.
Motion second.
All right. On the motion to approve the resolution as presented for the emergency operations plan for Floyd County, Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Ms. Kuchenbuck?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yeah.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right, approved.
Do you need another one for the second? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to adopt the declaration of adoption of the National Incident Management System.
I'll second.
Okay, so the motion to approve the declaration of adoption for the National Incident Management System as presented. Ms. Kuchenbuck?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yeah.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Both approved. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
Now you can.
Make sure you turn that off.
Thank you.
All right, hopefully we're getting to the short hairs, as they say, or the short roads. So the next item has to do with meeting dates, and this is again conversations that you all have started with me individually, so thought we needed to discuss this collectively, which my understanding is that traditionally, you all would meet once in November and once in December. And that the November meeting would be moved to, instead of the November meeting would be the day meeting. And instead of being the second Tuesday, would be the second Thursday in light of the VACO meeting, which will subsume the Tuesday. And wanted to make sure, if we make changes to the meeting date schedule, it's helpful to do that in public and earlier. It helps stop people calling.
We are discussing November the 9th or November the 16th.
I think we were talking about the 16th.
Okay, so that would be the third Thursday.
Yeah, let me pull up the agenda.
Yeah.
We go from the second Tuesday to
To the third Thursday, which is fine. We've done that before.
Yeah, so if I'm not, Mr. Chairman, for the VACO meeting, it starts on Saturday, November 11th. And
It's
first,
it's
yes,
Sunday.
Sunday.
the most it is Sunday, and the schedule continues through to Tuesday, and some of those, most of them go till noon, some continue after. Of course, that is not in Floyd, so that makes Tuesday not workable.
That was my addition. That was my addition.
So I think maybe for November, the suggestion would be November 6th, Thursday, November 16th for the day meeting.
I'm sorry. Was it December 12th?
Got all that later?
I'm just leaving this 12th and we'll do away with the other.
Yeah, I was going to be in DC for a farm credit meeting, but I'll be able to make it for two.
And then December, so we're talking about, just to clarify, November 16th would be the only meeting in November, potentially, and that would be a daytime meeting. All right. And then December.
How do we feel on December, Mr. Chairman?
That's what I was trying to find here.
So your normal meeting would be December 12th. Your normal day meeting would be December 12th. And then if there was an evening meeting, that would be the 26th. We would kind of request, the staff would really love it if you would be so kind as to not do that.
Let's go with you.
We can figure on our day meeting.
On the 12th?
I think what in the past we've done, we just had one meeting, but it was contingent on not having to have a board meeting later that month.
The budget, or what was it?
Well, there one month we did hold two meetings, but there was something going on that had to,
Was that Lauren's resignation?
yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it was. I think one meeting's enough with continuing. I mean, you can always call one if you have to.
No, I was thinking that one year we had two meetings in November and two in December.
But there
And I
was,
couldn't remember if that was during when we,
Yes. Yeah.
yeah,
it may have been.
It's,
no, it was when we got hacked.
yeah, right. That's what it was.
Yeah,
Right.
we had, we were so covered up.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah, we were so covered up, we had to have.
For that, we'll give her the 26th.
That was about the time the pandemic hit.
So you need a motion to move the day meeting in November from the 14th to the 16th.
Yes.
Well, we'll have to do that in two separate, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll make a motion if you're ready.
I'm ready.
I'm sorry. That's to move it from 14th to 16th, same time.
Second.
All right, on the motion to move the November day meeting of the Floyd County Board of Supervisors from Tuesday, November 14th to Thursday, November 16th at the same time. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Kuchenberg?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yeah.
And Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right.
And I would, if appropriate, I'll make a motion that we cancel the evening meeting, which is the 28th of November.
Second. Go. Pick a Linda.
Pick a Linda. We'll pick a coincidence. All right, so on the motion to cancel the evening meeting of the Floyd County Board of Supervisors that would normally occur on November 28th, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook, yes, Mr. Cox,
Yeah.
okay, and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, so we've cleared out November, now December.
Make a motion that we cancel the November 26th night meeting. I mean, December 26th night meetings. Excuse me.
Second.
Run out of energy. We hadn't had nothing to eat.
That might have been strategic. December, on the motion to cancel the evening meeting of December 26th of the Floyd County Board of Supervisors, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yeah.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right. We have our regular meeting December 12th, and that will just continue just.
At the end of this.
Yeah, and so, yeah, and if anything comes up, we'll give you a call. If I might, Mr. Chairman, I was just thinking, would you like me to reach out to our elected state representatives to see if they can maybe come to that November meeting or an October meeting? We did that late last year and that was my fault. So now we can call and say any meeting that you can make, sooner is better than later. That works. Okay. I'll move forward with doing that.
I would say no, because we're trying to get it reelected. So that's for October. They may come in November.
Well, now that they've finally given us a budget, we can maybe ask them. So, all right, Ms. Chair, I think the next thing on here is board time and my report, and that's about it.
Anybody have anything?
Just say that, there's still a lot of work to be done, but I think our VDOT crews are actually out in force. I've seen some mowing, some brush cutting, some paving, some patching, and if we could relate to Mr. Clark, thanks for that. I'm just going to briefly overview our meeting in Franklin County. Oh, you do that. Then we're, I'm going to shut this.
She said that. Sort of. Overview.
And just thank staff for their due diligence. It hasn't been easy, but
You're welcome.
so,
And you can jump in and not mess this up.
that's it done.
But anyway, me and Jerry went down this new consortium they were setting up and, like I say, she says it's got merit and we do need it. But I'm not optimistic. Because a lot of the counties that was invited didn't show up. And they're not showing very much interest in it.
Bedford, Franklin, Montgomery, and us.
Yep.
That's all that showed up.
Anyway, we was looking to explore the 6-year plan. What we want to do is try to increase the funding on it. Raise it from $25 million annually for the advocacy for the Code of Virginia change to increase ceiling of $25 million for construction and district grant programs under that 32 or 33.2-367. And then changing the formula multiplier for the fees. It has been changed for 21 years. So they sort of advocate to have it restructured and increased.
Or come up with new funding.
Right. And then focus on allocation specifications of a specific amount for Virginia County, everything not be going to Virginia Beach and Northern Virginia. And creation of a new revenue stream for the Virginia counties and rural roads. The idea is not to have Virginia counties competing for transportation dollars with urban areas of the Commonwealth. That would be separate and distinct from that. Have a clear distinction of rural versus urban transportation issues. Then on a smart scale, there was approximately $43 million left over in transportation monies that will be going to smart scale. One fundamental question, when localities have no ability to submit under the scoring criteria or run out of projects to submit that meet the criteria, what happens to those localities in terms of equality, attention, and funding? And it will go to the urban areas of was the likelihood it'd be sent to Northern Virginia. So we'll sort of work on that. So we decided to adopt a subcommittee of members consisting of Roy Smith, Hector Turk from Bedford County, Steve, I can't say his name, from Montgomery County, and Neil North from Roanoke County, and Joe Turner from Floyd County. Put together case statements and support and documentations to present to the full group for approval. So after we get that set up, we're going to try to get our representatives from VDOT in there, unload on them. And then as soon as we get on film, we'll try to get our state legislators to come in. And one guy said, well, we got a bunch of green people coming in. We probably won't get very far. And I said, well, give us the ones that we need to get on to. Because they'll be looking to make a name for themselves in their localities. So that gives the ones we need to hammer.
They're more apt to help us than the ones that's been there for years.
Yeah.
That did. And
Send them money.
I won't say controlled by VDOT, but influenced.
Well, so I took Jerry with me because whenever which way, So when I can't set in, I'm gonna let him go and set in for me. Because he's already on the road plans in Vaco.
Yeah, transportation committee and
He can,
and we're both on agriculture and rural affairs, which transportation is a big part of that too.
but we also brought up to him that I don't think Steve liked it too well because I was stepping on his toes, but Route 8 from County Line to Camp Curry Brook Road. It's something had to be done because we've had multiple fatalities. And everybody agreed that might self.
Yep.
Should put it high up on a priority list.
I don't know if it would. Well, it depends. The last I knew, David Clark told me that what he saw in the smart scale changes, Floyd County had never had anything.
No.
But now I don't know if it depends on how they did it. That might qualify
That smart scale
for Montgomery County. But I've never seen the finalization of what they finally did with it.
A smart scale?
I've been told that it's still geared toward the urban areas, but
Yeah.
Montgomery County is more urban than we are, so maybe if they get on board, they could do something, but,
We want to try to get their attention away from Eastern Shore and Northern Virginia and get it more towards everything west of Charlottesville.
and I'm wondering,
In a lot of cases, right.
I said something to Joe this morning once we found out that David was going to a regional meeting in Franklin County. I was wondering how they chose Franklin County. I'm wondering if it wasn't results of this meeting. But no, Carol, Patrick, Grayson, what was it, Henry? None of them sent a representative at all. And that's disappointing, but
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know where she was talking about her district or Franklin County as a whole. But she was wanting more paved roads in Franklin County because they had 76 miles unpaved roads.
yeah.
Yes, that was,
Yes, and we had 232. Yeah,
I still think this is closer to 300.
it is. It is.
But when we got there, that was the only thing they were talking about. And then we raised what about maintaining what we already have? So that's how that other came back in. And
It's gravel roads.
We stressed the fact that instead of going out here and building all these new roads and everything, we need to upgrade and maintain the roads we got. And bridges. Then after you get them back up to speed, then think about building new roads.
well, and I did learn one thing. And I've never heard of it the whole time. When they were talking about 6-year road plans. And I mentioned something about, some secondary roads. They said, well, that's different, just secondary roads. Apparently, for like primary roads, there's supposed to be a 6-year plan, supposedly, and that we're approved. Well, I've never seen one the whole time I've been involved. Me either. And that blew my mind. So then we got off on secondary and I never got back to it. I'm sitting there thinking, well, no, just a minute, And of course, I knew the secondary maintenance money was tied into the utilities, but I didn't realize it hadn't been touched in 21 years. But VDOT has set so many pockets of money up. They've divided this stuff up. And that's their way of controlling, because in the end, we still have to approve. It's just like the stuff that's going on in town using that safety money. You remember I asked all y'all if anybody had a problem. Well, it was by consensus, but before they could really do it, we had to say at least a consensus of yes. Well, they set all these pockets. You got a pocket of bridge money, you got a pocket of this money, a pocket of this money. And for this county's history, we always kept our primaries up and we always kept our major arteries like 799, 789, 615, the 730, because those were the roads that most of the people were traveling to get to work outside of the county. But they've taken that ability away from us. I said in these different groups, so it looks good on paper. We've got this pile of safety money now here. Well, that safety money used to be in our standard maintenance money that you wouldn't need a safety pile for if you would maintain. Anyway, I'll get off my.
Like I say, I think it's a good idea, and I'm glad she started. I'm not very optimistic for this.
If the others don't come in, I don't think we'll get very far with just the 4 or 5 counties we've got. It's got to be a block. And I think Mr. North made a point. If we get this thing up and going, and we get it going in a way that other counties across the state will jump in, it'll make a difference.
Yeah.
But if we're going to have Lee, Dickinson, Wise, everybody from the tip all the way to Charlottesville, eventually jumping up and down.
That's all I got.
Yeah.
Listen.
Everybody? Okay.
mention an email because they put traffic cameras on my road and really old side. You'll see it. They'll send me pictures wanting to know. What's this? What's this on our road? So,
Mr. Chair, before we move on, can we clarify the name of?
anything?
What's that?
Yeah, I'm not, since we got through that item, I'll probably need to keep that.
That's good. So,
Yeah, you're welcome to call me if you have any questions about the rest of it, Mr. Cox.
I'm just gonna go back and watch the video for the main part of the meeting for the update.
Good.
all right. So,
All right. Thank you.
have fun. Be careful.
Hey, thank y'all. Later.
We were wanting to clarify the name of the meeting that you all attended. Did it have a formal name? We're trying to get our minutes done before everybody else.
Bill has it in his briefcase.
I've got, I think it's all the paperwork she, or is that the presentation? There it is. No, that's my FACO. Sorry. Oh. That's FACO. Sorry. Anyway. Transportation Consortium Organizational Meeting. And I brought this for y'all.
Mine just remember, I give you mine.
That'll have the information. The lady from Franklin County's, her card's in there and presentation they did.
She's been on the board for 3 years.
3 years.
He took,
She's lived in Franklin County 12 years.
You said she's sorry that she didn't know no more than what she did. And I said, well, I've been on the board for 12 years and don't know it either. So he said, now I feel better.
She's still learning the people of the county.
All right. So the first two are related, both green box issues, but not issues, fortunately. We have been paying attention to some of the concerns that have been shared both with us directly on social media. And so we're trying to do two things. One is that the green box map is that is on the website is being updated regularly. So when we have to move a box or eliminate a box, whatever, we're going ahead and getting that done. And that's thanks to Sydney becoming much more proficient on GIS. That's one of the special skills she's starting to pick up. So she's able to take care of that instead of calling Brandon and paying him.
right,
So that's been really good. And so if your constituents ask, that's where they can find the latest. It should be pretty close up to date. And also related to that, for the most part, if the boxes are being moved due to bear activity and it's not at the request of the landholder to just get rid of them, then for the most part, we're trying to pull them for 2 weeks, see if that works. And if we bring them back and the bears are back, then they disappear for longer than 2 weeks. But we've got some signs that we're putting up, but if for some reason they don't see the sign or whatever, just want folks to know that that's kind of our plan, our process.
Nice, good question. Yeah, and we had mentioned it, and I'm sure you probably hadn't had time, but also as we do these green box sites and identifying them and whatever, we find out exactly how much of a site is considered our site.
Okay.
And it goes back to the lady I was telling you about, or you about, that called me that, he feeds cats and she has property owner's permission, She says, well, I'm not right on top of the green boxes. I said, well, it still depends on what is designated as county green box site.
We can look at that, but I think most of those are governed by no piece of paper. There's, yeah, there's not most of them have been there since the 70s, you know.
I guess then we need to design, are we limited to the gravel area where the boxes are? Or because, you know, if this person's 40 feet away from the closest green box, they still be ticketed by considered our green box site.
By our ordinance.
By our ordinance. See.
Yeah.
Well, that's 61.
Well, the one going to Black Ridge, the lower one, there's a bank drop off there. Now it's a long stretch there that we've got gravel so far. And so, you know, I mean, we want to keep people from doing it at our green box sites. But what I'm getting at is, you know, if this person and the personal property owner have an agreement, well, then we sort of need to know, what do we consider our site?
Now,
Granted, if it trash blows, we clean it all up. But what is actually considered that site? Is it just the sort of half moon gravel
For maintenance.
for, you know? I mean, I don't want people feeding them at the green box site, but what somebody does on the property away from the boxes, that's their business. And I'd hate to see somebody that is, you see what I'm saying? It's a catch-22 there. Yeah, I want to write people up. I want an example, but I don't want it to be somebody that's feeding them 50 or 60 feet away from what we consider our green box site on private property.
So, yeah, well, we'll follow up.
We need to figure out some kind of idea of what is our site, and then what goes back is outside of it.
This one's just about notify our feeding of the green box site. Because even if they're 50 feet, what's that from here out there to the door?
But
That's going to be coming into
that would just
green
allow
boxes.
the feeding of the cats, but you have to say that you're feeding cats. You'd have to, that would be a hard one to defend.
Yep.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And you know, I've said it all along. I said, well, you know, if you want to feed somebody on your own, you know, feed on your own property, that's fine. You know, but if they are feeding them on their own property and it's not on our site, then
That's out there at Buffalo Mountain Road. You go from here to Danny, and then you drop down like that, and you'll in Paul's parking lot there.
right.
So that feed down there, all they won't feed. Yeah, they right up against the boxes, and the cats come right up the bank. So
Well, I don't know, but you know, how far do we? Right. And maybe that's more of a question for Steve. You know, how far can we apply that in a green box site? And if we do have authority to say, you know, within 100 feet of a green box site all the way around, then we may need to go back and specify that in the ordinance or whatever, but.
we'd have to specify that you couldn't feed household pets within a certain distance from the green boxes, because then I wouldn't be able to feed my cows.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Those are on the green boxes. I do want to say that I appreciate Sheriff Craig getting the through over here as fast as he did. As I was telling Jerry and Linda the other day, I came by and they was working. I just pulled in being nosy. You know, 18 of them big orange bags, and they wasn't half done cleaned up. And that was everything at the bars had pulled down.
Yeah.
And I've been having to check back, because that's been, what, week and a half now? To see how much the bears has put back. Because I haven't seen the bear presents around my house like they usually are. So I'm wondering maybe at the fair in Winterfields right now.
I think so.
Would be.
Yeah, I'm seeing some damage.
Of course, that may help us with hunting season too. If we're eating the corn instead of the trash, that's gonna give it a whole different flavor.
Yes.
They also cleaned up at the lower side on Black Ridge.
Did you?
So that's well. Yep. Am I? Okay, then the next item on there is a Facebook presence. So again, in trying to communicate more with what people actually read. So we have Jenny's been paying a lot of attention. Part of her job duties now is to be watching on Facebook about many things, but particularly related to Green Box comments. And there's a couple other things that I've responded to, as you all know, but she does an excellent job of kind of letting us know there's something going on. And oftentimes I'll respond to them, but as a private message, like, hey, can you call me and we'll talk about this kind of thing. So, but wanted you to know that we'll also be posting on Facebook, like when these boxes move from the top of Franklin Pike, we'll put something out on Facebook as well to let people know that.
And the three of them tag team, so between Danny
Yep.
and Sydney, website driven, and Jenny, Facebook, social media driven, which can also have a second. It's really seemed to benefit
Good.
us.
Getting the word out.
Yep.
And it can be used to educate people
Yeah, that's
as
right.
well.
That's right. This is important.
Yeah, stuff, so that's the reason.
Mhm.
I hadn't asked her.
Yeah, he has our Facebook business account now. So anyhow,
She, and I didn't want to nose into her business, but I noticed there it was county oriented, so.
Yep, that's true. On to the, if I'm on to the staff retreat, we did that last week. And they were very kind. They all got me a birthday cake and a beautiful flower, which I did not expect. So that was really sweet. And so we had pretty much all of the leadership from county admin. So we included all of us up here, plus Jacob and Dustin. We invited Cheryl, but he thought he should keep his family vacation for some reason. So he was not able to join us, but everybody came, and we spent the first part of the time having everyone together at the bank. So everyone's been through the top floor of the bank in individual groups, but it's kind of the first time we had everybody up there. And as I mentioned before, a lot of the rooms have a fair amount of furniture. So everybody went through and put their sticky note on about what furniture we want to keep. So now we know what we're going to try to move on out. And there's a little bit of furniture trading going on. I think Sydney typified it as the Hunger Games. So, and we talked about, if we had enough money, what are some of the things that we would like to have, like a less rickety table as an example for the kitchen, some of those things. But mostly I think that worked out really well. And then we moved over to the Eco Village, had lunch from the country store. And then did some exercises together. She didn't like that I said exercise. Some activities together to learn a little bit more about ourselves and our values and how we deal with change. And so kind of the bottom line where we came to with all of that is we came up with pretty much, I guess it was typified as 3. There was a longer list. But in terms of core values that relate to how the staff wants to approach our work, wants to be treated, wants to treat each other, we came back with overwhelmingly number 1 was integrity, and made sure that includes honesty as a subset, that honesty and self-respect is all part of integrity. But the number 1 was integrity. Number 2 was kindness, which I thought was really nice and very descriptive of our staff and why they're here. Because just about everybody here probably could work somewhere else for more financial compensation. And so, one of the things that came up over and over is that people here really like being in a role to be able to assist their county and their community. And so, again, you don't get that everywhere. So integrity, kindness, and respect. And that has to do with treating each other with respect and being treated with respect. So we're going to try to work on that a little bit more to kind of have how we make that work. But, you know, that's kind of independent of what you all do. That's how we want to guide our work and how we want to get done the things that you need us to do. Yeah, so we're excited about that. We're going to do, and I'm pleased, but almost all the guys, it was a little crunchy for some of them, but they hung in there. You know, Dustin, Kevin, they all hung in. Did a good job. Yeah, so they did good. And we're going to probably go ahead and start meeting regularly, maybe about every quarter, and do more like, not like a full retreat, but like a kind of lunch and learn. And I think we talked about maybe the next one we'll do is ask Steve the top 10 list of how to avoid getting sent to court or going to court. I figured folks would be really interested in that. So we're going to start doing that as kind of a little bit of management and leadership training for our staff.
Might incorporate that into ours.
That may be on the list for yours, which gives me yours. Some of these lunch and learns will go ahead and invite the constitutional officers if they would like to participate, but for the most part, it'll be for us. But, you know, if Lisa or Brian or somebody wants to join us, they're certainly welcome to from now on. That'd be great. And then the board retreat, of course, we kind of push that off a little bit until we get a final note in terms of when our chairman's going to be for sure with us. But they said our location, they're going to stay open through November at the very least. So we'll still be able to do that on a Thursday. So we'll be looking for a Thursday for that. And I think that was it on that one. DWR Bearwise update. We ended up having to move to the October date. It just turned out that they weren't able to do the September one. So I'll send an invite out to y'all. They kept pushing back to like, well, what if we just do it in spring? And I said, no, we are absolutely on the track to, on a regular basis, be dealing with solid waste bears. So I'll get that to you all. In fact, I can look it up in just a minute. I should have looked it up. Opioid update. We had a big general meeting with everyone that had signed on to make sure everyone is kind of level set about what our expectations are, how the funds are to be used, what our processes are supposed to be. The funds are all going, the funds that were awarded in the grant are all going to Montgomery County, and they're going to manage that. And then we will submit things. So as we spend some of our money on different things, then I submit that to Montgomery County, and they include that as part of what they're putting in. So part of that meeting that Kim and I and Chad are going to have is going to talk through what do we want to do here. The setup is a little bit different than I had hoped in some ways, in that a lot of the counties are just doing their own thing and sending Montgomery a bill. But I've talked to the Montgomery folks and the regional commission folks again, and they are all about doing ours a little bit differently and kind of just partnering up with them. So again, they're very clear about why some of their money is there. I mean, that's very nice of them to recognize. New grant opportunities has to do with the Bearwise grant is open and due October 1. And Betsy has sent me a list of, these might be good ideas. Which mostly includes adding electric and pushing back the bushes. So that's why we're kind of starting down that road. And hopefully there's only $35,000 in that bucket statewide, but there's only a couple of folks that appear are going to apply. So hopefully we'll be able to at least get several thousand out of it. In addition to that, the forestry grant is open again that we used for the outdoor classroom money out at the park. And so we'll go ahead and try to start working on that and maybe marry it up. We've currently got some money that's come through to the tourism program for trail development. And so maybe if we can match some of that up. And part of what we've been working with Keela about a lot is we really like to, since it's not looking real positive for between town and the rec park on this funding. So instead, we're kind of looking at maybe going the other direction and having the other go from town up to the Arts Center. And how can we make that happen and even possibly go through the back? So that would be, because that's kind of a footpath as it is already. It's not the safest footpath, so maybe if we could improve it.
VDOT money, or is it?
No, it is not VDOT money. It is tourism money. Tourism. So I don't have to build a VDOT level.
Right, but
Yes.
who's going to be responsible for it?
Well, we would on that one, we would probably split it between us and the Arts Center. That's kind of where we're thinking. Hopefully, and since it's an existing path, our hope is there won't actually be a ton of maintenance because it's been self-maintained up to this point, but we would want to make it wider and put some little solar lights in to make it safer.
Where's this at?
Heading back, so we would be going from really the Lineberry Park up the back way to the Arts Center.
Good luck.
Yep, trying. Well, others we're trying. We've also looked at using that money up with the land you all own up by the high school. We're a little concerned though, if we use that money there, that's about $19,000, that might make us ineligible for some other larger grants. So anyway, so we're looking at all those. So that's what I'll be doing the next couple of weeks is writing those grants. In addition to some other things. That's right. Yes, sir.
Has anybody approached the property owners that's
Kind of quietly going there. So so far, at least the dealership has been really helpful. So then it's between the dealership and
well, I'm just saying you got the trustees.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got some property owners in there that
it might be challenging, so we'll give it a try.
Well, I'm just thinking, usually if you go after a grant, you awarded the grant and then say, well, we can't do it because we don't have the. I'd really concentrate on the right of ways and I mean, don't stop on all of it, but I'd really get that up front as much as I could.
But you said you have others you're looking at.
But also to Mr. Booth's point, you all probably know between Ladina and John McInhill years ago, they got about 70% of the way there on the front side with VDOT to do that same run. People don't realize there's actually more sidewalk up that way than people think. So that's another possibility, but I'm not sure $19,000 will fill the hole.
One of the questions was there in the front, is the sidewalk actually part of VDOT's or is that actually on the cemetery? Because they're right there where that little lot is on this side of the old Dressner, 70-foot right away there. Yep, but if you measure from the center line over each way, that sidewalk up there is not in the VDOT right away. Food for thought.
That's interesting.
Food for thought.
That's
Not
helpful.
the first rodeo, but and if you want to know how it goes, that lot there, if you ever park there, there's a big old hole in there. If you look over the back, well, I tell you, where the VFW's got their sign, just on between the road and the sign, the post is actually that far off of the VDOT right away. That person's property. I know that for a fact.
Wow. Okay.
So and on that other side, the barbed wire fence comes up. Where the barbed wire fence stops is the 35-foot mark from the center line. So I don't think, and I don't know what it is back towards going on up, but I'll be surprised if that sidewalk is actually on the VDOT right away.
That's interesting.
So that opens up a whole nother, but it's good and it's bad.
Fair enough.
And that sidewalk up there used to have rails, but of course they fell off years ago.
That's funny. Well, speaking of interesting things about VDOT.
I'll have a history lesson over.
That's helpful, really helpful. Yeah, thank you. So the items that we were going to talk to David Clark about, in addition to whatever you all were going to add, are listed here. And so just wanted to kind of give you all a little bit of background real quick about how we got here and what they are. And David has this list and he's answered some of these things to some degree. But wanted to let you know. So we have the continuing discussion about the high school road abandonment. And that's 9140 something. I just looked it up. And so we did start down the road as you all requested to do the public hearing and all of that. I'm still waiting on Alex. She had written to me yesterday and I haven't gotten it back from her, but exactly what the mileage was going to be that they are proposing both to abandon and to potentially add in. And so that's still on hold, but
We're still moving forward on what we agreed to though, right?
well,
They were thinking they wanted it.
well, and we need I need to get a map out with you guys if you can. And so we can figure out exactly the mileage of where you want that to be. Because when we went back to do it, I think as someone who didn't go to high school here, we kind of struggled with, I don't remember the details of what's up at the high school. So when we finish, if you all could help us with that on a map.
Picture of the sidewalk in front. That curve.
Yeah, they want visuals.
Okay, yeah, if you all
Draw it out for you.
And that would be great. That would be perfect because if I might, since I've got it all written and I sent it to Alex and said, just put in what it's supposed to be and I haven't heard back from her.
I don't know how we measure with a building like that. What are we supposed to go in the building?
That was done in sections. And I think this section, if you go back and dig in the courthouse, when that section was put in together, I think it's got it, but
Yeah, and we did get a little, he doesn't push back too much, but he did get a little fluffy about that particular road. And he talked about the particular status of it being a 9,000 road makes it different than any other VDOT road and that their maintenance is a courtesy. 9145. Yeah, 194. The route is 9145, and it was since 1938. They've been doing these 9,000 roads as a courtesy, and they really have no requirement to maintain it. So you can come and tell them that in person.
you go back there and let him research the state code and go back and research. I wish I remember which deed book it was in because I saw it. I've got a copy of our list. I said over to her.
Any of your other pages.
So we'll put that additional information in, and I said I've got the write-up for the ad already, so we'll go ahead and turn it in. And I've informed David that we still do a courtesy to the Floyd Press, but that we are using the Roanoke Times for these. And I talked to Steve about it, and he said as long as we get this in this week, we'll be good to go ahead and have the public hearing as you all requested at the next meeting.
Okay.
So we will move forward with that.
Now, understand, we have the public hearing. We don't immediately have to do it.
Right.
Right.
But at least we're prepared and we've got it back updated. And of course, you got to post at each end of it. What's to be. And I know we've shortened what we did before, but I still notify the property owners that abut up there. That way, if there's any question. And I mean, I see no reason not to proceed.
We're just abandoning that little section.
Right.
We're not doing anything. I mean,
Well,
really, the property owners don't abut to that.
It's land for buildings that.
It is abandoned, literally. I mean,
that's why they wanted to do the other way, but.
I agree.
But anyway, we can hold the abandonment. We don't have to take action immediately. Now, we have to in a reasonable time or we're going to have to do it again.
Yeah.
And they can, I know one of their proposals, and I'm not going to go along with it. I'm sorry. I am not abandoning all the way back to the abandonment.
No.
Now, I'm sorry, that's off the table.
That's ridiculous.
Well,
Yes, and I've been keeping Dr. Cromer kind of in the loop on this, so she was prepared to answer any questions or share their thoughts on this. If Mr. Clark was going to be here, but I texted her this morning and said, he's not coming, and she said she would rather wait. And I certainly would rather wait if I were her, so.
Well, I believe I'll go back and look, what they do with the paper, because it's been 3 years ago. I went to the courthouse and went through the minute books. It's got a drawing of it. It's got the whole few minutes. It talks about it being added, the board adding it to the system. Yeah, I can't remember something in there. It may have even been done in 64 because the first class was 63. So it was somewhere in that window. And I don't know about what number they assigned it, but the intent was for it to come in the system and be, because, and I question his comments on that, because you as a deputy know, I could drive that road. Now, after 10 o'clock at night, I can't get in the parking lot, although somebody has a time or two. But that road is open to the general public.
Mhm.
So it is a right of way.
Mhm.
I'm sorry if that's some of their sweetland dealing terminology.
So schools are closed actually.
School closed after 10 unless there's an activity.
Can't access the public road.
Can't be on church, cemetery, or school property after dark without.
But on that road, you can drive through there all you want.
You could.
One end to the other.
You could.
And this fellow can vouch for it. He's had several confrontations up there.
Actually, I think the guy at Colorado for doing donuts in his sleep.
And thought he was getting away with something. I'm sorry. When they start doing this stuff, it irritates.
Understand. Well, and so therefore I'm a little concerned to bring up the next item.
I give them my agenda, whatever it is.
No, so this is Buffalo Vista is actually in Mr. Terman's district, the reason that I bring it up is in conversations with VDOT, it sounds like there is likely more roads in the county that have the same problem. And so that's why I wanted to bring it up to you. So Buffalo Vista Road is a very short road, has 3 different people living on it. So it's a legit road. And back in 1948, this board chose to abandon it for purposes of maintenance. And that is, as David talked to Kim and I the other day, that is different. It muddles current language. That's not the language we use anymore. And so what the fallout of that has been is that road is abandoned by VDOT for purposes of maintenance. So they no longer do anything to maintain Buffalo Vista Road. And the homeowners there are aware of that and have previously spent some of their own money to keep the road up.
Right.
Unfortunately, because all it says is abandoned as to maintenance, the understanding is that is still a public accessible road. So when they call because people are 4-wheeling on their road and tearing it up, according to one of the property owners, when they call the sheriff's office, the deputies say there's anything they can do because it's still a public access road. And I only bring this up, not necessarily for this one, but because it sounds like there are likely many more from this era. And I talked to Carla about it, and she said she thinks so too.
Is this off of Boone Road?
Bing Road.
Yeah.
No,
It might be.
it used to be something else. I had the drawing here a minute ago. It's way. It's no.
Because I was thinking if it was that road off of Boone Road, that's the one we had the hoop problem where they was gating the other end of it. It came off of Weddle Road. And it's
Something about. It goes to the south, yeah, it goes off, well, if you're coming from the parkway, it goes off to the left. Near Long Mountain Road.
Yeah, yeah.
Go here.
I know what you're talking about now. It's got, it goes over and hooks on to Moles Road, it used to.
Yes, used to.
Yeah.
Used to. Yeah, Mr. Gibson has called me.
Yeah.
He's Dr. Carter.
Yeah.
And he has concerns about the fire department. I said, you gotta take that up with somebody else. But he did, he brought up concerns about people on the road and EMS. And so I promised I would bring it up. I will tell you, our EMS folks have been out multiple times to the other two houses. It's getting to the third house. And of course, in talking to Dustin, he's like, we'll figure out if they get a call and it's an emergency, they will get out there. So I wanted to make sure to put that concern to rest. And, they'll do that to other people's houses, however they can get there. But apparently there's 3 houses. There's kind of 2 to the right and 1 to the left, or vice versa.
So they can
And that's
have
spread out across from each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on the other side of where Moles Road comes out and it goes across and.
In your district, just say this, I had a similar situation in my district. And Bruce Turner was, chief deputy. And, I don't know what he did, but the problem got took care of. Because at that time, now it may have changed, but at that time, since it still was a right of way, the same rules, you can't ride a 4-wheeler on a public road or a public right of way. So I don't know, something may have changed, but I would.
Well, actually, they're trespassing when they go back feet there because they pass them houses. They own private property.
Well,
Yep.
and,
Yeah.
my suggestion was to sit down with try and connect the sheriff and Mr. Gibson.
But
Well, really, as far as the enforcement of that kind of stuff, that falls on him, not us. But you're right. The old terminology, they said they would say abandoned for maintenance. And then they would, if they went further, it'd be abandoned. They used abandoned in both circumstances. And somewhere along the line, and VDOT's the one that changed the wording used. That's when it went to discontinue and abandonment was given up all right away.
It'd be interesting to develop a list.
yeah, so I like I said, I just felt like when I said there's a ton of these. I was like,
Yeah.
think through this a little.
To develop a list.
Right, and to that point, Carla is at a VDOT conference for the next couple of days, so she's trying to continue to figure out if there is any way to get more VDOT money.
Yeah.
Hope she's successful.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll put her on the agenda one of these next times, see if she's been able to find out anything helpful to y'all. And then, Mr. Chair, if I might, the last 2 things are actually, of course, the recurring request to look at the speed out there, and that has moved to Alexandra's list. And hasn't happened yet, but we want to make sure it's elevated and they are aware that you had a not great event out there.
Well, we need to also, but it needs to be put in the system. VDOT can't put a speed limit on the road that's not in their system.
And
So we need to get it in their system, then apply it'd be great to do it at the same time.
Maybe he should bring Alex with her.
That person, the person that almost got me at the last minute, they looked up. Because they probably wasn't used to anybody coming from that away, to me, and luckily I was doing about 20 or 25. Now, had I been going faster? It would
Yeah, it would have been a different outcome.
Well, I said maybe we should. Most of these relate to Alex and Jesse, so maybe I don't know if David wants to bring them. Maybe we can invite them. This will be an evening meeting, so up to y'all.
Yeah, maybe we should. Yeah.
You tell them I'm not going to be at the meeting, they'll be more receptive.
the final one is not necessarily related to you, although I think it is in your district. It is in your district, which Craig has called me twice about this, so I just want to make sure that you are aware of the request around that, and then it's up to you all. And this is the speed limit. So if you come back towards town just a little bit from the brewery on Route 8, the little white house that's there, I think you and I drove by there once. There's someone who would potentially interested in purchasing that property and turning it into something else that is more commercial. And that, of course, requires sight distance and VDOT and all of that. And so the current speed limit there, it would be easier for them to meet those sight distance requirements if the speed limit was lower.
I'm not trying for other reasons, but.
Well, that's why Craig was asking if that might coincide with some of y'all's interest. So he wanted to make sure I brought it before you as something for you all to consider. And I said, I'll let him know. I'm not going to have an opinion. That's you guys. And that's the last one I had.
All right.
So again, I sent all this stuff to David, so hopefully he'll have updates.
More than any correspondence.
Oh, if I'm on, there's two things that should be, so I'll put in there. I forgot. One is a good letter from the Virginia Department of Fire Programs that says they've gotten the fire department's FY 2023 annual report, and the jurisdiction will be receiving 100% of its FY 2024 allocation because the report was good. So thanks to them for that. And then on a less positive side, we got a letter from VDOT. They're not entirely happy with the landfill. They had 5 things on the list, 2 of which were typos.
VDOT or DEQ?
DEQ, sorry, DEQ.
You
DEQ.
said
So DEQ.
My last day in office, I plan to put in the transfer station road for paving. That's my final.
I don't get well, thank you. So we did get a letter from DEQ with concerns about our last report from the landfill. So we've sent it back to Draper Aiden, and they're going to make some monitoring. So they're going to make some corrections and responses. They had such a good report. I know. Well, but that was for the transfer station. This is for the landfill.
Yeah.
I did, however, send that along to Joe at VACO with my somewhat salty comments about, they wrote us up for 5 things, 2 of which were typos. One was like he used an A instead of a C or something like that, and another was it was received on August 24th, not 23rd. Please resubmit. So I sent it to Joe Leach and said, this is an example of, Lurch, thank you, of what we all are living with DEQ. Please help. Use this, send it wherever you want, show anybody you want. Have it call me.
Shoot, what's the guy's name that's helping us with the monitoring from the engineer? So, yeah. What's he say?
Take care of it in 24 hours or so. Send a new one. But it's just like, really, you're sending a letter because it says the 23rd and 24th or whichever it was.
That's what I was getting ready to say. They complained because mail was late.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, they are in town today too.
But as far as the actual operation and the monitoring itself, they didn't really have anything on it, did they?
Nothing you couldn't refute, nothing.
Right.
Yeah, so it's going to be able to write.
I mean,
Somebody's on fire trails.
I've heard a lot of comments through the years about Gregory, whatever, but people has been helping us, Gregory. And they saved us a lot through the years.
Yep.
And it's been a while since we've seen him. Maybe sometime or other it would be good for him to come back. And has he been over here since y'all been on the board? Once, okay. It might be good to just come back by and talk about stuff, and just in general, where we're at on monitoring, where we're at on the new monitoring. Does he foresee him coming up with anything else to smack us with? Because the whole,
Mhm.
we're past the 20 years.
Sure.
And they do not take drought conditions into account. They do not do any of that. And
Yeah, somebody's on Patrick.
well, they have been for a long time. And that's, and we're sitting here saying, none of us want to see the environment destroyed. That's not what we're talking about. But there's limitations there. We're well past the 20-year monitoring.
Yep.
And we've proven time and again, if we had to, we could do it again. We've proven time and again, we have not found any off-site contaminations. In any of the water testing that we did, we tested home wells, we tested springs, we tested creeks. We're containing everything as far as we know there on site.
Mhm.
And they just keep going and keep going.
Unless it's going to make somebody mad, I will take a motion to adjourn.
So we'll
Second. Consensus? Well, And then we said he'll come in 2 weeks, even though it's an evening meeting, he'd be happy to come.
If y'all have anything that y'all are interested in,